Alright, let's do some social media. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Good. Okay then. Get a little bit of light music going. Okay. Right then. Get the coffee going. New stream. So we finished up yesterday with me saying we'd finished the crafting system. And then, of course, I went home and thought of a bunch more stuff we need to do. So we're not quite finished, we're nearly finished. So let's go. Right, let's recap where we were, as always. Run the game. So we're at the crafting bench. There's no blueprints in the game yet. We need to go and get a blueprint. So we go over to an NPC and then we're going to get a blueprint off the NPC, and we're also going to get a coordinate for a new planet on the radar. So she gives you a blueprint. And then she marks a planet on the radar. And then we go all the way over to the radar, and which I call the data charger. And there's planet Zog that she's marked. We stick it in, we tune into planet Zog, charge some data cards, right, they're charged. And then we go over to the downloader and we unlock this blueprint that she's given us by putting data into it. Unlock it. So that should also say it's unlocked. Oh well, whatever. We'll put that in a second. And then now we have the unlocked Appleseed blueprint, and we can craft apple seeds. So we've got 4 apple seeds, so that's where we are. What we need to do is, when we craft, if the player successfully crafts an item, they need to get experience, I think. And also, we need to save what's in these slots in the save file in case the player saves and reloads. Alright. So we'll go to the crafting controller, and we will, is it the crafting, data download controller, and we will just unlock all these again. Whoops. If they're unlocked, that means we don't have to go through all of the rigmarole of talking to the NPC to get them unlocked and stuff. So they're just unlocked now. So if we're in this situation where we have an apple seed and a pumpkin seed, and then we just do this, and then we save the game. So if we were to save the game now, so this, if we can go back to the queue and it's still there. If we save the game and then we relaunch the game and we try and load that back up again, it's probably going to be broken because we haven't implemented stuff. So it's 2 unknown items and it didn't save the amount of we've put into crafting already. So I think we're going to tackle that first. Right. So in the game save file, if I can type this morning, save. So we save the data downloader controller. So we need to save the crafting controller. Alright, let's do it. So this is the save file when you actually make a save in the game that you want to return to later. This system makes that. Save crafting controller. Okay. And then we also want to load the crafting controller. I'll stick this in, start calling it. And then on the load, we want to load the crafting controller. Okay, so what do we actually need to save? Crafting slots, I believe. Yeah. So we need to particularly save the recipe, the amount crafted, and the state. So let's just quickly put that over there. So we're going to struct crafting slot v1. And that's going to save the recipe let me just check that is marked as being part of a save file. And then we also need to save the amount crafted there's something disconnect notification there. Might be my phone. Oh, my phone's doing an update. Fantastic. Right, okay. There we go. It's back again. So amount crafted is an attribute. So we're just going to save the value. Amount crafted. And then we're going to save the slot state. I'll just call it state. Those are the three things that we need to save in the save file. So I think we're probably going to have to include the crafting controller. Right, so when we save it, we need to get all of the slots that exist. And they're stored in the crafting attributes. So you get crafting slots for an NPC and a bench. Okay. So we need to go through every NPC and every bench and get the crafting slots. So for auto NPC in how do we do this? So we're going to go for n in enum count ENPC ID. And then we're just going to make an NPC out of it. NPC as long as they go up, that's fine. So this is probably a save file. Save file AU32. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Maybe we can go through all of. Yeah, we just go through all of the benches that exist. So for auto bench in get crafting controller get crafting bench is. So the crafting bench and then NPC crafting attributes. Now we just have to go through all of the attributes, I think. Yeah, we'll do that. That's the best way to do that. So array NPC crafting attributes reference get NPC crafting attributes and we'll just return them. Because that has everything in it that we need. So say for attribute in get crafting controller, get NPC crafting attributes that has all the slots in it that we need. For auto slot in attribute slots. So we should probably store the slot ID as well, so we can find it later when we want to load. Or we could store these two, because we might. That's probably a safer bet than storing the ID in case we want to change how we generate the ID later. So we're going to store eNPC ID. And then we're going to store eCrafting bench kind. Bench. All right. So we'll store all that information in the save file. So check they are linked to a save file. Yes, that's good. Okay. So it's basically this. For every slot, we're going to put in an entry, a slot entry. Crafting slot entry into the save file. So the NPC is attribute NPC. The bench is attribute bench. The recipe is slot recipe. The amount crafted is slot amount crafted dot target 1, and the state is slot state. Awesome. Very good. So that will actually save everything. I will save all the slots. Now, to load them again, we have to find the slot. So do we have get crafting controller .get crafting slot? And there's two possible ways you can get it. The NPC, the bench, and the slot index. So I think we clear the slots and we remake them again when we load it. Because the amount of slots is going to change. You're going to upgrade different amounts of slots. Yeah. So we're going to get the slots. So we're going to go, when we load it, we have to go through everything. Go through each entry. And we need to find something that is crafting slot V1. And then we need to find the NPC attributes based on the data loaded from the save file. So NPC attributes equals get crafting controller dot get NPC crafting attributes, and then we have to go if auto equals NPC attributes dot find, and that's a pair of data NPC data bench. So check that works, check that compiles. Which is good, that compiles. So we can, if we find the attributes, we've got to remake the slots. So we've got to go attributes slots.empty. So we're going to empty all the slots that we've saved. Or maybe we just empty all of the slots and then repopulate them again. So we'll do for auto attribute in NPC attributes slots dot empty. So we'll empty all the slots and then we'll find this particular attribute, and then we have to add a slot back in. So at slots dot in place crafting slot, crafting slot so we place this crafting slot. So when we actually make one here, how does this work? So it creates the ID based on the slot index. So we're going to go auto slot index is that, and then we're going to go auto slot equals attribute slots slot index. Then we can start building the slot. So the slot ID equals get crafting slot ID. Bench is data bench, and then the slot index, and then slot dot recipe equals data recipe slot dot amount crafted dot set data. We'll set it to be the amount crafted. Data amount crafted slot dot state is data state. Alright, so that should restore the slots. My only concern with that is if we put new benches in, and a player loads, they might lose those benches, might lose those slots because we're emptying every single slot. So if we update the game, put new benches in the game, and then a player loads an old save file, those benches might disappear, and that's not what we want. So I think even though it's slower, we need to do this 2 times. So we have to do attributes slots. So we only empty the slots we saved. Is that right though? Because if we make a save file and then we go and put some stuff into a slot and then we load the save file, they won't get emptied. All the stuff we've put in since we've saved. So I do think we have to just empty all of the slots. Yeah, we'll go back to our original thing. I don't think, no, maybe it's not that we want to empty them. We just have to actually set this. So we have to reset the slot. So for auto slot in attribute slots, we'll reset it. So we'll say slot.recipe equals eCrafting recipe kind unknown slot dot amount crafted dot set to be 0, and then we do slot dot state crafting slot state unknown. So that resets the slot, and then we don't actually have to place it now. So we'll go if auto slot equals attribute slots.find, And what can we find it on? An ID. So we do need to store the ID, or we can store the slot index. We'll store the slot index. S32 slot index. For S in attribute slots. Auto slot equals attributes slots S, and then the slot index is S. So we will save the slot index. And then we can find, so we can get the slot ID. And then we can find it based on the slot ID. So if we find it, then we can fill that stuff in. That seems good. So we'll just make this a U64 instead. We have to align this as well. 16 bytes. Align as 16 bytes. Alright then. Okay. So we basically just empty all the slots out. So we reset all the slots, and then we go through, and then everything we've got save entry for, every slot we've got a save entry for. If the slot exists, we fill it back up again. Okay, so let's test this. So we'll do a couple of tests. We'll do a simple test where we just half charge the slot and we'll save, and then we'll see if it remembers. And then we will set up the inventory so that we can't transfer the crafted items out of the slots, and we'll do a test with that as well. Okay, so we'll stick an apple seed in and we'll charge it up to right in the middle of the E, that's where it stopped, and then we'll save it. So there's our apple seed in our crafting slot right there. Its value is 48 and it holds ingredients. And they're both empty. And there we go. So that's it saved. Okay. So now we need to load that back up again. So there's nothing in there. We'll load. So it's emptying all the slots. And then we need to find a data entry that's a crafting slot. And this has the apple seed that's been crafted to 48 in it, with holds ingredients. There we go. So the current slot's recipe is unknown, and we're going to set it to be apple seed going to set that to be 48 and it's currently 0. And we're going to set it to be hold ingredients. Alright, that's brill. So in theory now, there we go, it's back. So let's test that, see what that's like without breakpoints. So there's nothing in there. If I load the game, there we go, the Appleseed's back. We did get a little flicker of something there. Let me just check what that was. It's probably just giving 100 carbon. So that fires, yeah, that 100 carbon fires when you load the game. It's giving 100 carbon right at the beginning of the game. That's not going to be there when the game's... That's only a debug thing, so that's fine. Alright, so the second thing I need to do... banning someone there, or banning some bot. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is if we go to the NPC class and then we just give them 3 slots in their inventory bag instead of the default 12. That'll fill up their inventory bag full, which means when we craft an item it can't go back into the inventory bag because it's full. And that's the other thing we need to test. So the way it's got set up now is it stays on the crafting bench until you've got space. So there we go, we've got that's full. So we can add that to the queue, and if we craft it, it stays there with a little tick to say, well, it's been crafted, but we can't fit it in our inventory because it's full. And I want to test that. So if I save that, and then I'll load that, I want to check we can get it back out of the bench. So there's nothing on the bench. We load the game. So we've got an Appleseed on the bench. That's great. If I make some space in the inventory, we can get 3 Appleseeds. So that's saved. So yep, so save and load works now. Alright. Check that in. And the next thing I wanted to do is when you successfully craft an item, you want to get experience for that. So we can get rid of this now. So it's try transfer crafted items to. So do you want to get experience when the craft completes, or when you get the item? Probably when the craft completes. So you want to get the experience so this is when the craft completes. So it says hold crafted items. So we could do it in try craft recipe. So we do. So who is trying to craft it? So we don't know. So we need to just basically give experience to the hero. Okay, so it's right here. So crafting controller, try craft recipe. So if we go to the recipe, we want experience, not EXP. So we want to be able to award the player some experience points for crafting the item. So we'll say to craft an episode, you get EXP equals, we'll say you get 3 experience for that, or something. And then for crafting pumpkin seeds, we'll say you get 5 experience. So what that means is we have to go if auto attribute controller is get game state, get attribute controller for the hero. We go, well, we'll say if recipe exp, so it has to have experience. We go AC how do we award experience? Add EXP. AC. No. Recipe EXP. So that will add experience. And it will do events and level up and stuff. Mint, right, okay. So let's try and craft something. So try and craft an apple seed. If we do that, did we get awarded experience? We did, we got 3 experience. Didn't get any notification or anything. I don't know if we actually do get notifications anyway. I don't know if that's a thing yet. Maybe we should add that as well. Like, I definitely know you get experience. Oh, Sven doesn't have his charger in there. Let's go back to NPC. We'll put that back. Sven couldn't fit his data shock thing, his ground shock thing. Alright, so we can get this now. We get 3 experience. Go back to, we'll spawn Sven up. So when you destroy grass, we got to level up. So what I might do is make a little experience notification. I am actually surprised there isn't one. So we push an event, change experience. then we push a level up event if we need to level up. Alright, we'll do it here. We'll say else if e.type equals e attribute event type change experience, so the level up string so we actually need to pass we need to make an attribute of this attribute change experience amount. So it's actually this attribute change exp. Are we already doing this? No, we're not. So we just push a message, and the message is how much experience. The message is increase exp, and we'll do a decrease exp as well. So we're going to say if attribute amount is greater than 0, else if attribute amount is less than 0. I want to push a different type of message. So I want to push the HUD message needs to be increase experience. That needs to be decrease experience. And then we just need strings. So we're just going to go increase exp, and then that's going to be plus something exp, and then decrease exp, and that's going to be minus something exp. All right. So increase exp, decrease exp. So that's increase exp, and that's decrease exp. Except they need to be strings. So helpers format string, and then this is going to be attribute amount. Helpers format string attribute amount. So this will just push an increase or a decrease exp message into the messages for the HUD. The target is where the message should start. which is based on the bone position, a bone in the rig, the animated rig. Right. So that just puts it on. So we just need to say or message.type is ehud message type increase exp, or message.type equals ehud message type decrease exp. So we'll probably just make it white on an increase and red on a decrease. Alright, let's see what that looks like. So see if we get a little like +3 EXP when we craft the item above the player's head. +3 XP is green. So we want to make it white, or message.type is ehud message type increase exp. Oh, that's great. So we get a +3 XP notification above the player's head. Now, I wonder if it should be, because we're going to be able to get experience from multiple, like it doesn't have to be the hero where we get that wants it above the head, because we can get experience, you know, use it, we can control different characters in the game. So, can we get, let's have a look where we see get bone position, right? And we want to see if there's a generalized just get label position. Because if there isn't, we could make that. Get icon target in world. That's what we want. So this is if auto target equals get game state dot get icon target in world, and then this is standard. Now this is standard to underlying get game state get playable character. And then we do this there. Okay, so say auto game state, get game state, auto target ID equals get game state, or standard to underlying game state dot get playable character. And just get the icon target. So to test this, we need to We'll go and get some experience with the player, with the hero, and then we'll swap to using a droid, and we'll get some experience with the droid, and then we'll see if where these targets appear. Right, so we get experience with the player. Didn't work. Let's try again. We get experience with the player. Okay. Target ID 0, which is the player's ID, the hero's ID. Get eye on target in world. So we have it. Ah, it's in world space. We need it in world space. So it's get eye on target in world. There we go, that should make it work. There we go, free XP. And then we also want to go to the droid and get some experience and see if it appears not by the heroes, not by the hero, but by the droid. So the hero just stands there and the droid. So if you get some experience, there we go. The level up was above the player, above the hero. But I think level up's not going to be one of those messages. It's going to be like a big full screen level up. You've leveled up. Okay. So we can do this here as well. We could say get game state, get icon target in world, e.actor ID. We don't do anything for item crafted. Maybe we should delete that now, because we've kind of, yeah, we'll delete this. We've kind of solved this problem now. Alright, let's build all that. Right, so they're the things that I needed to do. That took an hour. So we've got 4 more hours to do something. Starting something new. We were going to start mining. The mining system. So we could do that. We could do that. Oh. Brill. And then we can go and plant these apple seeds now that we've just crafted them. You know, I like it when like two gameplay systems intersect a little bit. So now the crafting system has given me something that I can use in the planting system. So now I can plant these apple seeds. obviously I need to give them to Sven. And that's a kind of a bug there. Maybe we should fix that. It works if I press the hotkey. So it's immediately trying to close. If I press the hotkey, it worked. Alright, we'll fix that bug. So where is that? The effects controller. I think Picoretical. Is it Picoretical? No. So the bug is when let me get back to this room. The bug I think is when we click on the hotbar. So if I click on the hotbar, it tries to open it and then immediately closes it. If I press 1, which is a hotkey, it works. So it's when we're clicking on here. Alright, so I'm going to have a 2-minute break and then we'll come back and we'll fix that bug. Back early for once. Alright, so we'll fix this bug. I might rename the stream now because we're not actually crafting anymore. Bug smashing. Alright then. So we need to find a bit in the code where we click on this. So it's also in Game HUD. Tick hotbar. So going through each slot, and we're generating an ID for the slot, and then we're getting an input box. Button is pressed action, or the mouse button is pressed. We push ready state event. So I think this is where not there. Okay. So that's the action button. Or the button is pressed OK with the mouse. That is definitely where it gets pressed. Okay. Yeah. So we've pressed it. Current slot index is null opt. So we're setting current slot index. Okay. So when we get here, we have a current slot index. We didn't press it on the keyboard. We didn't press cancel. We set the active slot. So I'm just going to break again when that value changes. Active slot index, value, break when that changes. Oh, now that worked. So it's like a timing problem. So if we close how do we close it? Click on something. Click on one of them. No. How do we get rid of Ground Trackmaster? Okay, so if we put the breakpoint there, it seems to make the system work, which means it's a timing problem, which is very annoying. So it doesn't work, and then when I put the breakpoint there, it does work. Okay. So what's happening is we're setting it, and then something's coming along later and unsetting it. It's very confusing. So current slot index is 0. So let's just click off it, and if I do that, what is current slot index? It's null opt. So it's null opt that's resetting, right? So where does null opt reset happen? It happens in all them places. So I think what we're going to do is just put a breakpoint in each of them. Alright, so we've got a breakpoint in all the places where it resets, and none of them trigger. So is it not getting set? It's definitely getting set. apparently it's not getting set, even though I can stop on this breakpoint. So I'm just going to go log current slot index, log line current slot index. And then in game config, we'll just spawn in the planting room. Okay. So if I press this, it says 0, so it says it's getting set. But then it's not. Bag got it. Get active slot index. So we're going to go, this is temporary. Whoops. And then we're just going to say if current slot index log line here. Alright then. So it says here 0 for a few frames, and then it's cutting out. But it's not cutting out in any of those reset breakpoints. So it's the bag's active slot index that's getting changed. Okay, so we want to see where that is getting reset. Only 2 places. So there and here. Okay. So let's go up to this. So I'll do this now. There we go. That's where the bug is happening. So we're setting the active slot index to be null-opt. For some reason, current slot index is not equal to the bag's active slot index. Which means it got changed. So it means it didn't get set when it should have gotten set. Okay. We'll delete that here, 0, 1. And we'll delete those breakpoints for now. And then, what happened? What did I do there? Yeah, that's good. So this gets fired a couple of times. So it gets fired when the mouse is down, and it must get fired when the mouse is up as well. And that's why it was working when I was having a breakpoint, because it wasn't registering the mouse up event. So that works. And then when I release the mouse, there we go. And that is not actually the behavior I want. It's more of a toggle button. Right then, so I need to find where the mouse up event. So we'll just say if how do we get the mouse, whether the mouse is up? If canvas, get window, get input window, get mouse. So left mouse button just up. Okay, so we'll break there. I think maybe we'll do it right at the top. So we'll just basically, when the left mouse button's just released, we'll trigger a breakpoint and we can see what if it unsets it. There's your thing as canvas. So it needs to go here. It is also temporary. Happens, then go bang. Right. So the current slot index, so it's set to 0, which is correct. Now we're going to go through for some reason and we're going to set it to be not to be null. Here we go. Claim item from bag slot. So this is returning 0. Okay, let's do that again and we'll see what happens in claim items from bag slot. That's very strange. Why are we doing that? I wonder. So we draw an inventory bag. And that is returning some kind of inventory item exchange. Which is happening. So it's going claim item from bag slot. There's no desk slot, so we don't know where we're claiming it from. We're putting it into. So it's actually quite heavyweight. I think it's putting it into into itself. So that even may be a bug. Alright, so if the source slot and the desk slot is the same, we don't want to do claim items. Okay. So the source slot index, desk slot index is null opt. So it gets the first slot so this is going to put them together. Yeah, this is a bug. This is good. I'll fix this. Source slot. Desk slot. Desk slot. So what's the address of desk slot? What's the address of source slot? They're not the same slot. Ooh. So let's figure out why we're even doing this. So source bag ID is 4. What is this bag's ID? 4. What is desk slot? Oh, it's an optref, so we don't want the address of desk slot, we want the address of desk slot. We just want desk slot pointer. Is that right? Then we want source slot dot pointer. So they are the same slot. So the way we fix this if desk slot and source slot is not equal to desk slot, try that. So remove that breakpoint. Nope, still doesn't work. So what does it return here? The result is 0. So let's figure out where we're setting result. Oh, it's the wrong place. Here we want. Missed it. Ah. Okay. So I have to do it here. If source slot equals desk slot dot reset result dot reset. That's what we want. All right. Let's remove this breakpoint. Try that again. There we go, it worked. Okay, so there's another bug here as well. Because if we transfer, like, if we go to the inventory, right, let's just go and craft. No, we don't need to do that. I don't know what we'll do. Go into the inventory and then we put 2 apple seeds into the stack, or some number of apple seeds, and then we do put that there. If we click this now, it's gonna be a problem. Yeah, it moves them all to there. Okay. So I wonder why we are allowing the desk slot to be optional in the first place. If the desk slot is optional, we're just saying put the items somewhere. Doesn't matter where. Which is kind of nice. We do need that. So, go into the inventory again. Let's transfer one, put it back. So if I click this and I release it, desk slot index is null opt, which means we just clicked on it. So I think all we need to do is we need to if value.newValue.desk slot index, and that will fix that. I think that's totally fine. So we'll go into the inventory and we'll just put one apple seed and then we'll put it back over here. And now if you click on it, it shouldn't move yet. There we go. Alright, so if we destroy some grass and then we click on it, Brill. Alright, now we're going to tackle another big bug. So there's been this bug in the engine for a while where if you generate lighting, it's a full crash. Full graphics card freeze up. So we're going to try that. Try and fix that. All right. Yeah, crafting's good. Okay. So let's have a quick look then. Hopefully, this crash might screw the stream a bit. Let's open up the light. So if I generate lighting, I'm sorry if the stream screws up. No, it's totally fine. That didn't crash. So let's make a new one. Light 3. And then let's bring in the light. Sammy, thanks for the follow. you got any questions, just ask. No problem. Debugging right now. We're debugging a crash. And the crash is a graphics card crash. So it might make the stream go a bit weird. Maybe. In generating lighting. So if I click on the light, it's actually very hard to click on the light. There we go. If I click generate lighting, oh, it worked. Why is it? It was crashing yesterday. Strange. Alright. So that works there in that instance. Let's try and get this thing to crash. New sprite sheet. Light 4. And then we open up, I want to bring the light back in. Oops. Ah, can't do it. There we go. Maybe there. So we draw a box. We need to fix clicking on the light because it's quite hard to click on. Oh great, yeah, I had no idea how to do that though. Yeah, if you give me a whisper and then we could sort it out, that sounds fun. What type of stuff do you stream? Let's see if get it to crash. No. Maybe we need to be in a different room or something. Let's try and... Let's go into this room. And then we'll do it in this room. Create a new sprite sheet. Light 5. I wonder why this is very difficult to click on. That's another thing I'm going to do today. Click. Come on, where are you? There it is. Oh, yeah, this is going to cause a crash. Oh. Sorry if the stream went a bit weird. So it has to be in that room, that's really weird. So it's crashing in DirectX. That is a big old crash. Oh man. So even though it crashes here, not necessarily this is why it's crashing. Right, then we have to step through this. Yeah. Sammy2. Yeah, you can find me here. If the bot works, there we go. Or I'm just Lazy Ben Games on Discord, like the same username as this. But yeah, you can add me as a friend. That's no problem. All right. What is causing this to crash then? This might take quite a long time to solve. We'll start at the beginning, where we click that generate light button. Where is that? Sprite sheet editor. Tick left panel. If generate lighting. Alright, so we'll definitely check that this is a reproducible crash, and then we'll start investigating. So we actually need to be in this room. So what I'm going to do is spawn in that room. And then create a new sprite sheet. Light 6. And then we're going to bring it in. Maybe before we fix this crash, we fix why we can't click on it. Yeah, we'll fix that first, why we can't click on it. Check it's a reproducible crash. It is, this is gonna crash. Yep. Wow, that really screws up the stream. It's lost all my widgets, man. How do we refresh? Let's have a look. Event list. Done. Wow, man. So at least try and get the follower goal back. There we go. Chat box. There we go. Event list. Okay. We lost all of the widgets on the stream when I did that. That's so mad. Okay, I think we've got them back. Right. Oh man, is this going to happen every single time this crashes? That's going to be fun. Well, we don't have to fix that crash right now. Maybe I can't fix that crash on stream because it messes up the stream so much. That would be bad. Okay. We'll work on why you can't click on it. That's better. That is a better thing to work on than crashing the stream all the time. So why can't you click on it? See, that crashes it as well. That caused a crash. Suspended device. Didn't destroy the stream though. We lost a lot of frames. Maybe. Can't load any of them. Light 6. Ooh, they're all causing a crash. They're all crashing. So we definitely need to fix this somehow. Alright, we probably have to recreate the sprite sheet all the time. Oh, actually, it wasn't crashing in the other room, was it? So let's just go back to the planting room. So if we try that again and try not to crash. There we go. So we're still having a problem clicking on it. So I'm just going to create a new sprite sheet. Light click. And we'll just pull it in. And then we'll figure out why we can't click on it. So how do we click on things? Let's pull in something what we can click on. Like these icons. So it's not just the light, it's all of them. It's cause, well, that's kind of, so it's to do with the hitbox. Hitbox is in the wrong place. Oh, it's too small. That's fine. That's not fine. That's not fine, not fine, not fine, fine. That hitbox is right, so that's just working. This hitbox is wrong. So we definitely need to, when we put the mouse over it, it needs to say that it can be clicked on. Alright. Tick sprite sheets, it's in here. So go through each sprite sheet and it gets the world bounds. Alright, so it's drawing the title box. It's drawing the image. Tree, framed animation, grass, cloth, sprite sheet. So intersect cursor with image in world. So it's meant to be drawing an outline. And it's not. Maybe that is the problem. So when we hover over it, it's meant to be drawing an outline. So let's go over here. And it's not drawing an outline. Okay. Why is it not drawing the outline then? So it begins the outline. Is it drawing it at the right place yet? The Z. I mean, 2096. Okay, so we'll figure out why it's not drawing that outline. So we'll pix that. So we'll open this sprite sheet back up again. So it should be drawing an outline. So F11. F11. There we go. Alright. Just close this. So why is it even drawing? All that down there. So that's not right. Edit a board canvas. So it draws them, and then draws the text. So it's not even trying to draw the outline canvas. Okay. So you do draw outline batch, begin outline batch. Well, let's just figure out what this canvas is called first. Canvas, so edit a board canvas. Ends the outline. So it's definitely put it in there. So if we go to canvas, end frame, outline batches. Okay, so let's have a quick look. What canvas are we in? Left canvas, right canvas, tab canvas, board canvas. So we've got 143 different draw calls there. Where's the outline one? There it is. So it's outline, image, end. Okay. Outline batches 1. So the draw items. So they're definitely there. Outline batch begin, outline batch end. Okay. So let's now go over to 12 canvas, and we want to do draw batch. Draw outline batch. Draw outline batch. Imaging world. UV. Okay. So I think we basically need to put a little pick scope thing in here. How does this work? Scope, pick scope, draw outline batches. Okay, so we've got one here. Let's see if that. Draw outline batches. Okay, so it's trying to draw it, it's just not showing up. So let's pick this again. So let's close that window. Might have been because there's two windows open. Right click. Alright. F11. There it is, draw outline batches. So we're definitely drawing them. So if we just filter by draw, so we draw that, then we draw that, then we are making the outlines. We're just not applying them. For some reason. So I think that's meant to be the outline batch texture, maybe. Just kind of the wrong size though. So outline mask render target. So outline texture. We're not applying we're not drawing the outline texture on top anywhere. Okay. Let's figure out why. Okay, so we draw the outline texture, and let's see if the outline texture ever gets drawn onto the screen. Okay. Text straight away. Has post-processing. Is it post-process? Okay. Let's just search for Alright, I think what we have to do is figure out how this, because it does work in other areas of the engine, figure out how this works in the level editor. So let's launch the level editor. So if we just close this, and then if we just highlight over, it doesn't appear to work there. Let's open another level. Open this one. So that outlining is working. That outlining is not working. Or it might be because we're on a different layer. Yeah, that's fine. So that outlining is working. So let's pix that. And figure out what is happening with that one that's working. So it does draw outline batches. Yeah, so it is applied in the post process. So we need to add post processing to the canvas. Yeah, it's done right at the end. So that means in Sprite Sheet Editor, right at the top, so let's open up the sprite sheet right at the beginning of the canvas. Current editor tick board being the board canvas. The board canvas needs post-processing. So how do you enable post-processing? Post-processing enabled. GRenderer enable post-processing on a canvas. And what does that do? Just adds it. So if we go back to editor window, tick, where was it? Current editor tick. Yeah, so let's just go back to where we were. Sprite sheets, right click. Okay, so it's in here. So this board here, we need to do get renderer dot enable post processing canvas true. Let's see if this works. And if this works, I'm gonna have a 2-minute break and then we'll move on. If it doesn't, I'm gonna have to have a 2-minute break, but we'll stick and we'll make it work. Right click. There we go. Got the outlines back. Now interestingly, it's made all this black, so we'll fix that next. But now a 2-minute break. Alright, let's fix this then. So now this is black. Why is this black? I want it to be grey. At least the post-processing is working for the outlines and the light as well. So why is it black? Good question. So first thing we'll do is we'll pix it again. We need to close this, do that, and then we'll F11. Alright, let's have a look. Why is it gone black? So it's the board canvas. So look at the wireframe again. So it's drawing all that stuff. So it's cleared it to be black, I think. Yeah. So post-process canvases with post-processing on them get cleared to be black. Which is fine for most of the time. So that gets cleared to be 0.3, which is the grey colour. No, 0.3 is like a dark grey. No, 0.3 is right, I think. Yeah, that's this colour. So why is it getting cleared to be black if it has post-processing? DX12 window. Begin draw. So it's because it's pulling a post-processing render target, which is set to clear to black. So because if you're post-processing, it means you can't draw directly onto the screen target. You draw to another target, and that other target is being set to be black. So it's called get unused render target, and that creates it. Clear color. So what happens if we don't pass a clear color? It's black. Yeah, so that's the problem. That's why it's black. Which is the correct behavior that I want. So I wonder if what we need to do is we just need to we don't have to draw the outline. Where are we now? Sprite sheet editor. So we'll get rid of that, and then I think all we'll do is not draw this outline. we'll just do canvas, draw quad in world, quad outline in world, box, float color 1 1, Z order, get Z, Z layer quad, and the stroke is, we'll just do 1 pixels, so pixels to world 1. Then we won't do that, so let's just get rid of that for a second and we'll see how it looks. So now it's just an outline. Now it's just like a, you know, a box. And it happens when we have to hit you know, it's like it goes on the alpha channel of the texture whether there's a hit or not, which is fine if there's a lot of stuff on the screen, but if you had something like a pin light, a point light, like that's there, you have to like click directly on it. That's quite difficult. What do we want to do? I think we don't test for alpha. We just say if you're in it, you can click on it. We'll save that. So what we're going to do is we're going to immediately boot up into this sprite sheet, I think. How does this work? How do we do this again? So we're not launching the game. And in the editor window, we want to load sprite sheets light, was it lightbox.spritesheet? Let's figure it out, hang on. Sprite sheets, so it's but sprite sheets light click.spritesheet. Click sprite sheet, and there's sprite sheets like that. Okay. So we boot straight up into there now, which is good, which is what I want. So what it's showing is the tiles. So I think if you just move into it, you want the sprite sheet to highlight. I think that's what we're going to do. So we can get rid of the outlining. We're not doing that anymore. So canvas intersect. So that isn't the thing anymore. All we got to do is we have to go if box So the point we don't use anywhere. So we can say if box.intersect canvas.get cursor position in world. And that's optional. So we're going to go auto cursor position. What's that? If cursor position and cursor position or we're dragging, interestingly. Don't know why I want to be dragging. There we go. Yeah, I think that's kind of nicer, because then we can just like click on it. So we still got the hitbox is still wrong there. Add world input box. So that should be working, but it's not working. Yeah, the if dragging does that. I suppose that's to make sure that we don't drag it over the top of another sprite sheet. So we do want is dragging. So that works really well. That one works right. It's just here. I know that is working okay now. Oh no, it's not. So it doesn't seem, so if I click on in the bottom here, it's not selecting the sprite sheet. Which means this isn't firing. So if we go to mouse keyboard, UI state, okay, if the left mouse button is just down, that's where we focus it. So that worked. But it didn't select. So that is working. So we actually are getting the input, we're just not selecting the box for some reason. So it is just focused, is not firing. Okay, so if we do that, and then we come to here, this is apparently false. There's one focus box in there. is camera drag. So there's no focus box. Okay. So when we do that, is it actually putting in camera drag? Camera drag. Right. State hotboxes. So add world input box. So that's the text light. So image ID is some number. So what is the image ID? 90. Add input box. Add input box. Add input box. So we're going to say if canvas dot is hot sprite sheet input let's just draw it. So we'll draw it here for now. I have a feeling that we're not adding an offset. Yeah, so the boxes seems to be too small, too narrow. So the box is like half the width that it should be. So how many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16. It's 16 across. And we're saying it's only 8 across. So 16 across. And each box is 32 pixels, so 16 times 32 is 512 pixels. $512 width. $512 width. So it's added in an input box of 512, which is correct. Okay, so mouse keyboard, when we're actually looking for the hot box, just finding it there. So let's just log this. Smallest box. Name. So it's camera drag. Now it's light text. Now it's camera drag. Now it's artwork icons, light texture. Very hard to get it to stop exactly where I want it. Camera drag, smallest box. Okay. So input boxes is 18. It's gone to 64. No, that's the point light. It's still 512. So camera drag is smaller. So there's a few different camera drags. So it's offsetted by 260. Okay, so if it finds camera drag, okay, so I guess the candidates, there's 3 candidates. 2 of them are camera drags, and 1 of them is my box. It's interesting, it's put in twice. Three, two, two. Okay, and 1 of them is my box, so it should end up. So it's meant to have sorted them. By greater, so it's the biggest one. And then it sorted them by smallest. And it's the closest to the mouse. So interesting. So it's saying because because it's closest to the mouse. So you pick the smallest one. So why don't we just pick the light, the text light? We should only pick which one is closest to the mouse if they're all the candidates are the same size. That's the problem, I believe. So we just basically need to go through them. And we say if C box.area equals smallest box.area, smallest box.area. So if the areas are the same, we add it to temp. And then we'll go candidates.swap with temp. So I think that's what we need to do. Let's test that. So what we're doing now is we're saying we've got the smallest box, but if there are other boxes that have the same area, so it's not the unique smallest box, we pick the box that is closest to the mouse, whose center is closest to the mouse. There we go. Brill. So that's that sorted. Okay, that was a little good debugging session there. I don't know if I'm going to fix the light one on stream because it keeps absolutely messing up the stream. I think I have to fix that off stream. All right. Put that 0. Okay. Probably needs to come up a bit like there. Whoa, tech. Yeah. Just fixed a bug to do with crashing. There's definitely a bad crash bug with the lighting I'm trying to fix. Makes the stream go crazy, so I don't know if I can really fix it on stream. The UI framework. No, I've written everything. Yeah. So custom UI and stuff. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, if you got any questions, then just ask, no problem. I'm just having a little bit of I've been implementing some gameplay features for the game, and I just finished the crafting, and I noticed a few bugs, so I'm going back and just fixing some bugs. Just fixed one to do with picking these. There's another lighting bug, so sometimes it's when the editor is open and you're messing about with the lights and the game is running in the background, it can crash. Yeah, so it's all so the main image input resource is PSD files, and then you can the engine can load them in different ways. So it can load the basic image. Then it can load lots of different, all the layers are separate images, and it can load framed animation. It can load paths, so it can load Photoshop files in lots of different ways because it's quite useful, I find. So can do things like the Polyglot Programmer. Thank you for the follow. If you've got any questions, just ask. Is the UI CPP? Yeah, it's everything C++, yeah. Oh, I met my follower goal, 30 followers. Thanks, guys, that's great. That's awesome. So you can do things like so this is a PSD file, oaktest.psd, and you can load that in and then click it, and then you can treat it as a tree. And then what that does is every single leaf, it's on a different layer in the Photoshop file, and it treats each leaf as a particle. So if I open a level up, and then I get that tree that I've just made, which is here, and then I like put it in, and then I run, just have to do some stuff, and then I go, let's go back into that room where I was just working in. You can see, I don't know if you can see, let's magnify it. All the, you can see quite clearly in front of the screen, but all the leaves are like shaking around as if they're blowing in the wind. You know, so you can, yeah, so it's like a part, it treats each leaf like, so you can do that if you're loading Photoshop files, you can do stuff like that. So I've always worked in Photoshop. And then it's got stuff like, it's got weather, so you can put like fixed weather, and you can like need to make it, how do we do this? Let's go into a different room. So this is another room. And it's got stuff like rain and clouds. And then you can do stuff like, you can like draw rivers. And then cool little ponds and stuff. How do the ponds work? You like draw a little area like that, and it like makes a pond. And then you can like, I haven't messed with this in ages, I've forgotten how it works. There we go. And you can like move the pond around, so move that up here. So the rain, there's a bunch of effects. So the raindrops that are cascading down the screen are, it's like a pre-rendered video, kind of like a tiled pre-rendered video that I made. I think I made it in After Effects, something like that. And then there's lots of little droplets that on the water, so the rain like splashes on the water, and that's a shade of effect with uses noise. And then the fog is a shader effect, like the mist and stuff, and then the wind is all dynamic. But altogether it looks pretty cool. And then it's got stuff like dynamic night and day, so you can set it to be night time. And you know, you can make this wind, you can set each individual, you can set the wind speed and stuff. And the wind strength, so like you can make it go mad like that. Which looks really, really weird. And stuff like that, yeah. But yeah, so the engine's taken me like 18 months to make. And now I'm trying to make a game with it. So what I'm actually really doing is gameplay. Thanks very much. The game's gonna look good, I think. So I'm not really spending time at the moment on the looks of the game. I've been doing gameplay, so I'll show you what gameplay I've got. Just turn all this stuff off. So it's like a sci-fi gardening game. So you're like on a space station, and it's a big space station with like thousands of people on it, and there's green spaces on the space station, and you're in charge of maintaining the green spaces on the space station. So it doesn't look very space stationy because I haven't drawn anything for this game yet. These are all assets that I've brought over from other projects. So you can So you can talk to NPCs and they give you things. So they can mark planets on the radar, and then they can give you items and give you a quest. And you can track the quest. And the quest is like very simple. It's just all testing, really. It's just prototyping. Can the NPC give you a quest? So the quest is just to go to these white triggers. These white squares are like quest markers, and they appear down here on the radar. So that was all testing that out. And all this is like is all editor stuff. So you know, it's got like a node tree stuff, so you can like make quests. And then I've got cutscenes. So this triggers a cutscene, like a simple cutscene. And then in the next room, I did planting, so it's obviously a gardening game. Oh, very interesting, yeah. So LLM, you mean like large language model? Is that what you mean? So how would you integrate it? What would it do for you? In like really clever NPC dialogue. Yeah. So you could have NPCs that talk to you forever. Yeah, cool. Awesome. That would be really good. So the dialogue in this engine is it's not AI driven or anything. The NPC can say different things to you. the way I do it is, so you have like all these are all like different conversations that the NPC can give, and then the engine just goes, it's got conditions on all these root nodes, and it will just evaluate the conditions, and if it fails it moves to the next one, if it fails it moves to the next one, if it fails. So you can set them up in order, you know, so the condition is like the player doesn't already have this blueprint. If the player already has it, that fails and it moves on to the next one. Or the player already has the radar coordinates, so it moves to the next one. The player already has an item, so it moves to the next one, gives you a quest and stuff like that. Yeah, so you're on a space station, and it's a big space station, and you plant using like droids, and Sven's a droid. So this is, I've got some gameplay planting prototyping. So you're like, he has this laser thing that he hammers into the ground, and he creates these. You can create these blue squares at the moment, and then you can like plant apple seeds, and then you can fertilize it, and then pumpkin seed, and fertilize that. And then you can go back to the hero, and the hero picks the items. So you can pick a pumpkin. And they integrated like stamina in and stuff like that. And the apple tree, as this was testing phases of growing, so it was an apple seed, and then it's an apple tree shoot, and then after a while it'll be an apple tree. The AI problem. Yeah, okay. So can you like tell it, pretend you're in a sci-fi game or something, and then it will cater all the dialogue to like Star Trek style stuff. That sounds super interesting, that. AI is both incredibly scary and very exciting at the same time. The personality is changing, really. That's really interesting. And then there's a little chest UI, and then I implemented a shop UI. So that's all very basic UI. It's just trying to get it all working, so you can like sell stuff and buy stuff. And then this is the data charger. So this is a radar, and this is like part of the crafting system. So I've just finished the crafting system this morning, even though you put the same initial system prompt. That's crazy, isn't it? Bloom, right. So have you... Right. I've only ever written Bloom as post-processing. With blurs and things. There's no Bloom in this engine. I haven't worked on the graphics really. Right, CPU computer Bloom. Yeah, so you're going to be doing multiple scalings of screen buffer and then blurring each time. So it's not a very CPU friendly thing to do unless you have like 64 cores. I've never tried Bloom on the CPU, only on the GPU. So this data charger is like a radar. Yeah, I know. If you want to do it on a CPU and you wanted to make it as fast as possible, you'd need to break the image up into tiles and put one tile on each core and then do it all at the same time. You'd have to like mimic what a GPU does, I suppose. Like, make a multi-threaded Bloom, but it'd still take a long time for a CPU, relatively speaking, compared to a GPU. Have you got your own? Yeah. Yeah, so you'd have to have a convolution kernel, and you'd have to have a convolution kernel that works. If you wanted to like really make it speed it up, you know, you'd have to have a convolution kernel running on each thread and blur it all, and then up-res the image. Or yeah, you'd like start with a small image of the highlight or whatever you're wanting to bloom, blur it, up-res it, blur it, up-res it, blur it, up-res it, and then you'll get with like this full screen highlighted blurred highlight, I suppose, and then you can use that. So you'd have to you'd as long as all of the threads can see all of the image, should be all right. You don't blur up to the border. You don't like start and then blur up to the edge of the tile. When you're on like thread 2 and you go right to the edge of the tile, and then you set your convolution kernel to blur over the border of the tile into the next tile, and that should be all right. MyGlow, yeah. MyGlow's kind of blue. It does kind of look bloomy, doesn't it? So that is, if I open up, that's an interesting effect. So this light is a PSD file, right? And that's just like written in Photoshop, that's the font. And then what the engine does is it creates a distance field. So for every pixel in the image, it finds the closest, it finds a distance to the closest pixel. And you get this like radial distance field. And then in a shader, so that's like done when the level is compiling. So that's like a not a runtime thing. So when the engine's like going and compiling the game up, ready to run, it creates these distance fields, and then the shader gets the distance field, and then it can say like how far am I away from a pixel, and it can use it to like create lighting effects. So the shader for the lighting shader is simple. It's just a simple like how far are you away from the, and then you tint it. Separate which object should have glow. Then do the blur. So I don't know if you're wanting to do a So if you're wanting a bloom style effect, you should just be able to do the final image, and then you run a filter over it, which just picks out highlights. So like anything that's over a certain brightness, you'll write to a new texture, and then it picks out everything that's really bright in the image, and then you would blur that, and then you would paint that back on top of the original image. That's what you would do. So you'd need like a separate texture of the screen, which has just got the highlights, and everything else is black. Alright. Yeah, so I separate. So if you're wanting to do glow, if you're in 2D and you're wanting to do glow, you need the thing that you want to glow, you need a distance field for it. You need to run it through some kind of pre-processing step that says, how far am I away from the nearest pixel? And you create a distance. You know, like if you do, have you ever done signed distance field fonts before? So to create these borders, so these fonts are like white with black borders on, and it's a similar thing. It's a distance field just for a piece of artwork, and then you can use the distance field to generate the glow. So you know, you draw the thing, and then you draw the thing over the top what you want to glow. Yeah. And that's like a nice way to do it. And then what I do on top of that, so I'll have the glow texture. So it'll work like this. It'll have like, say you wanted a neon sign, you'd have the building, and then you'd have the glowing neon sign, and then over the top of that you could have a very heavily blurred version of the glow texture, just blended in, but right at the front of the image, so it blurs things. It's difficult to explain. So let's go, hang on a second. So you can see, right, if I take this away, if you look at the edge of the barrel, even though the light's coming in behind the barrel, the edge of the barrel light goes green. It's very hard to see really, but it does. So that's kind of like a bloom, right? Now that's a third. So you've got the texture that's the light, and then you've got the glowy bit, and then you've got the third blurred texture that renders in front of the barrels, and it creates this kind of bloom lit effect. So I'll magnify it. Alright, so can't really see. Difficult to see really. There's like green spilling over the top, and it really makes the lighting doing that. So the color of the pixel is the weighted average. The colour of the pixel is the weighted average of coloured pixel near it. Then the alpha is the distance. So what I do is it's a single floating point texture with one channel per pixel, which is the distance to the nearest non-opaque pixel. No, to the nearest opaque pixel. So the nearest pixel that has value. So it's just a texture with full of floats. And then the shader just reads the distance, and then I'll show you that the shader. So it gets the distance, which is here, and then it just has, these are just constants, and it just 1 over 1 plus the distance squared. That's all it is. And then I just multiply it by the colour of the light, and then you get that effect. So it's very cheap, simple effect. So the formula is L equals 1 over 1 plus D times D. That's it. And then they're all these are modulated by constants, you know, so you can, like, in the editor you can change how much influence they have. It looks really nice. It's very simple, you know, very basic lighting. And then there's a second step, which is the glow step. And the glow is just another texture. It's just very heavily blurred version of the lit texture. Yeah, no problem. And cheap's good because it means it can run on any GPU. The game's like super duper cheap to run. So I can like, if I go to this oh yeah, I have a bug with the loading up there. I have a bug with it. It keeps crashing, and it keeps crashing the stream when I do that. It's to do with like loading the light in the editor while the game is running underneath. That was what I was going to fix today, but I can't fix it because it keeps crashing the stream. So these are all the things that get passed into the shader. So there's the color of the inner light and the color of the outer light. So they're just like, you know, and then like attenuation and power. So you can make it like, I don't know, you can just basically mess about with it until you get a light that you want and then put it in the game. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I love graphics programming, it's really good fun. Yeah, a secondary computer. I don't have a secondary computer to do the stream, unfortunately, at the moment. That would be really good, though. Problem is, it's something to do with placing the distance field textures on the graphics card or something. I haven't looked into it too much. I've been fixing other stuff today. So have you got your own engine as well? Or are you doing it in a third-party engine? All right. I need to decide what to do, really. So if we don't fix that lighting bug today, I'll move on to something else. So this is this was my crafting bench. So you can add things, recipes from blueprints into the queue, and then it'll craft stuff. That's just what I finished today. So I was going to have a look at a bit of physics, because I want to make like a rock that like crumbles apart, because I'm going to do mining next. I'm mine for resources, and I want you to be able to like blast a rock with some laser or something and it falls apart. I haven't done any physics in years, man. So let's have a look. I've got an older project that has physics stuff. Oops. So I want rigid body physics. Oh, man. Right. Maybe we'll try and implement this again. This is collision detection, this. Obviously the beginning of any physics is collision detection. Any rigid body physics. So my collision detection right now is very simple. It is, we do get collision displacement, which creates a box, and then for every collider in the level we do this: compute minimum translation distance, which is the separating axis thing. Whereas this is a bit more complicated. EPA find penetration. I don't know what that is. This code is like 6 or 7 years old. So I can't really remember what it does. Time of impact. Get swept radius. Get swept radius. It's not that one, mate. Wow, it's very complicated. Do we even go and try and do this? Rigid body simulate pair. Intersection. If it intersects, resolve collision. Else, get when it's going to intersect. If it's going to intersect before the next frame, resolve collision. If they intersect, update rigid body. You could maybe do that. We don't have this time of impact thing, which would be very useful. It's kind of need that for physics because things might be moving really fast. Alright, I think we'll do it. Change the name of the stream. Physics coding. Okay, we're into physics coding now. I say we keep this as reference and build it. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a square falling onto another square. Maybe like falling onto another square, and the other square is kind of rotated. So let's just do alright, in tick. Whoops. We'll just do static void tick physics test. So I'm going to go auto canvas equals get game UI, get game canvas. Canvas, draw quad. Can we even draw a rotated quad? can't draw a rotated quad. So we definitely need to be able to do that. Draw quad in world. So we're going to have draw quad in world. And then we're just going to go float, radian, angle, radians. And then we're just going to copy this for now. Draw quad in world. Rect, so 0, 0, 10, 10. Color, float color in max, and then angle radians. We're just gonna do t times 2 pi. So that is a revolution a second. And we just basically want to rotate it around its center. So we want rotate point. So let's copy this. And in maths, vector, whoops, can't type. Vec2 base we want to do rotate. Const expr void. Maybe yeah. Auto rotate radians, radians, and then we just want to do vec2 base origin. Okay. So let's go back to game state. And the physics test, and we're just going to go let's just go auto p equals quad dot xy rotate angle radians, and the center is we want to rotate around quad.center. This itself is const. All right. So that was the rotate code. Sine cos. What is sine cos? Oh my god. Alright, we'll just do sine and cos. That's radians. This is scalar type. Right then. Doesn't compile. Return P. What is P? P is the input point, which is this. Okie dokie dokie. So rather than do that, we want to do a build quad in world. And it's just color. So it's this one. And then we're just going to do float radians. Well, it doesn't know how to build that. Okay. So just pass in Angle radians there. So this is the rotated point. So I'm going to do auto center C equals rect dot center, and this is dot rotate angle radians, rotate radians C. Okay. Who knows if this is gonna work? We'll find out. This works, we have a rotating quad. It's amazing I've got this far into development of the engine and have never needed a rotating quad before. It's going to be a big build, this, because the maths header files, everything uses it. So if this works, I'll have a 2-minute break, make a bit more coffee, and then we'll start on rigid body physics. Probably only with quads, probably. Tell you what, I'll go for a break now while it's building. And it's built. Very good. Okay, do we have a rotating quad? No. It's immediately crashed. This is not even my code. This is like before main. Sometimes Visual Studio does this. And I have to rebuild everything. Sorry. Oh dear. It's only because I modified that maths class, that vector class. Now so much stuff uses vector. Vector 2. We'll get back going in no time, don't worry about that. I'll show you this last game while it's building. This is an old project. Stop making this project in 2020. Oh, it has audio. Let's turn this music off. I haven't really looked at this for ages. This is a lot more finished. Nice floating barrels there. Wow, those footsteps are way over the top. Oh look, you got a nice little sound of a river. This was also a gardening game. Can't see the player. Alright, this is built now, so I have to put that away. Had a good time making that. Okay. Look at that, it's a rotating cube. Or a rotating square even. Unbelievable. That's step 1 of rigid body physics. Get a rotating square. One thing I would say is that I'm increasing the angle and I probably should be rotating it the other way. It feels like clockwise should be the right. So I might change it a little bit. Oh, that means doing a massive recompile again though. We'll leave it. We'll change it later. Okay. So we've got our rotating square. Right, what's the next thing we need to do? We want to set up a situation where it's dropping onto... So we'll rotate it by... pi over 2. So it's like a diagonal square. No, it's having a hard time compiling. Try again. Alright, good. So we have a diagonal square. No, we don't. For some reason. Pi over 2. No. Pi over 2 is not right. It's pi over 4. Pi over 2 is just 9 degrees. Is it? Yeah. Right. So we want to drop a square onto there and have the rigid body physics make it go, whoa. So let's do another one. We'll just make this one smaller. So we'll go 10, 0, 1, 1. And we'll just say 0 in max. So we've got our 2 squares. What's there? So it's in world space, so we actually need to be X is 10, Y is 10. Maybe need higher than 10. I think we have to do this in its separate file, you know, because it takes a long time to compile game state. Oh no. Visual Studio is having a bad time. Okay. Yeah, it takes several seconds to compile game state. There it is. Okay, so we'll bring it down a bit. 15. So we might just have a go at this for a couple of days, and then if it's turning out to be too laborious, we could try Box 2D as well. I've never used that before, so that might be quite interesting. Alright, so what we want is we want to go static vec2 p equals -115, and then we want to go p.y plus equals 9.8 times dt. I'll do it a different way. We'll say I think it's dt times dt. Now we'll say auto v equals 0, and then we'll say v plus equals 9.8 times dt, and then we'll just say p.y plus equals v times dt. And then this is just going to be p.x, p.y. So that should just make it fall apart from it's minus 9.8. It'll fall forever. So this is where we need to start bringing in some collision detection stuff. So it was rigid body simulate pair. That's like the entry point into the rigid body between two different things, two different rigid bodies. And this intersection algorithm is the Minkowski difference. So we'll implement this. Where do we want to implement it? Not here. Where do we want to implement it? Here. So we'll implement it in the engine. And then we're going to call this GJK. And then we'll have something else called rigid body. And GJK, we'll forward declare that. And we'll just go, for now we'll just do, well, what does this return here? It just returns a boolean. No, yeah, it just returns a boolean whether it intersects or not. Okay. Bool intersects. All right. So what is a rigid body? Just a rectangle with a bunch of stuff. Alright, we'll copy that then. You know, we probably don't even need okay, so we'll make it all public for now. So how do we want to construct these? We need to give maybe better initial values. Initialize rigid body. Bounds center of mass, velocity, max velocity, angular damping, mass. Right. So I think we're just going to go const rect bounds. Float mass is 1. That's going to be the constructor. And we're just going to give these better better default values. Okie dokie. What do we have? Bounds is bounds. Local center of mass. Local center of mass. That tends. that tends to tell me that it's not. Oh, we don't have an example of it. Local centre of mass. That tends to tell me it's not in world space. Yeah, it's in like object space, because that's just the center of the bounds. So we're just going to say that the local center of mass we could exclude it, and it always just be the center of the rectangle. Does make it simpler. So there's no local center of mass. Mass is mass. And then we've got torque and moment of inertia. Torque is never set. Maybe it's set by the actual physics. No, torque is not used, so we don't need that. Moment of inertia though. Oops. It's mass bounds. Okay. That's the moment of inertia, apparently. Right, so now we can make rigid bodies. So I'm going to go back to game state, and we're going to make 2 rigid bodies. Now then, I'll do it here, it's fine. So we're going to include the BM engine rigid body, and we also want to include GJK. Okay. Rect 2 is not a thing. Alright. So if we just, when we go back to physics test, let's create 2 rigid bodies. Static rigid body B0. We want rect p.x, well, so p.x, p.y, 1, 1. And then another one is rect 0, 0, 10, 10. And the mass we're going to make FLT max because it's not going to move, and we do need an angle of pi over 4, so we'll say float angle or radians or something equals 0. So we'll call this radians. And then we just set that radians. So the radians is going to be pi over 4. Okay. And then if we want to draw a rigid body, it's just B0 dot bounds, B0 dot angle or radians, and then this is B1 dot bounds, B1 dot radians. All right, so let's just build that. And then if we just say, like, for now, well, B0 dot bounds dot y plus equals v times dt for now. So we'll say minus 115. We can get rid of p. So this should just look the same as it did. It should just be a falling square. But kind of wrapped up in some kind of rigid body. Right. So we've got rigid body, simulate pair. We have this thing called step because we're doing it in fixed step. It's a shame we don't have any code with this in it. Okay. So it's got to be fixed step then. So in GJK, we're just gonna do bool rigid body, well, simulate pair, and we'll go so this isn't constant because we're going to be changing these. So we'll just go GJK, and then GJK dot simulate pair B0 P1. And then that we could just do a just leave that for now. So simulate pair. We'll take that away. We don't need these anymore. We'll make that static in case you want to preserve state. I don't know if we do. So this step, we do fixed time step in the cloth. Accumulator. Okay, so we'll do this. We'll do a fixed time step like this. So we're going to have float accumulator. And then this is accumulator plus equals dt. And I think that comes from app. And then we're going to go while accumulator greater than equal to target, and we'll just say auto target 60 times a second. So that's our T, and then we do accumulator minus equals T. Like that. So that gives us our fixed step. So what we might do is we might just do simulate pair internal rigid body A, rigid body B, float T, and then this just calls simulate pair internal A, B, T. So now we have our fixed time step. Right, so we've got intersects. So let's just copy this with a bunch of stuff we've not written. So we just say does it intersect? Auto intersects equals intersects A, B. Then we'll return. Right. And then this is the result. So return result. So what we're going to do in game state is auto intersects. If it intersects, we're going to turn this, whoa, into red. We need to draw it there. So it draws it after. Alright, so let's just build that. Right then. That's absolutely not correct. So that should just be false. False. True, it says. What are we doing wrong there? So let's have a look at the result. False. True. So simulate pairs sometimes returning true. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We can't actually test that quite yet. So we still need this to fall. These things to move. And I think the idea behind that is you just apply a force to it. Like we do in cloth, I think we just apply a force, add wind, add force. So we're just adding gravity, so it's acceleration plus gravity, and gravity is 0.8 times t. So we're going to add gravity to both of them. So we'll go auto gravity equals 9.8 times t. Then we're just going to go a dot force plus equals gravity. Times t. And it's only if it has, so if a dot mass is not equal to FLT max, if b dot mass is not equal to FLT max, b dot force plus equals gravity times t. Right then. So let's just see if that moves the rectangles. Okay, so gravity is also a vec2. All right. So we're just applying force, right? So to resolve that into a position is what we're going to do now. First we need intersects. So we have this thing called G-simplex. G-simplex, which is a simplex which is 3 points and a count. If we only test one pair of bodies at a time and immediately discard the result, then this global is fine. Okay, well that's fine. So we'll put that in. We'll put the simplex in GJK. I wonder why we need a count as well. We'll find out. So simplex got 3 points. Simplex. Okay. So we're saying memset simplex there. I think all we have to do is just do simplex is that. And then we're setting D equal to 1. Whatever D is. And then we're calling get Minkowski difference. Passing the two rigid bodies. And whatever D is. So what is that? Get Minkowski difference. Minkowski sum point. Get support point. Which rotates. Right, so we need these for sure. And then get Minkowski difference. A, B. And that's just this. So we'll start off with them const. Nope, not there. Here. What's the problem? Doesn't like that. Create definition. Any function signatures. See if there's a compile error. Missing that. There we go. All right. Oops. A, B. Get support point. All right. So it's for each point we rotate it. So the point is body bounds. Yeah, that's not correct. So what we're going to do is we're just going to have effect2 points. I'm going to make 4 points. So body dot bounds dot xy or top left, body dot bounds dot top right, body dot bounds dot bottom right, body dot bounds dot bottom left. So we've got 4 points, and then we're just going to go, can we do that? So it's p dot d. That's const. No, it's not const. It's const here and here. Okay, so this is rotate point. So P. Oh, we are changing the points. No, we're not. We're copying the points. What we're talking about. Okay, so P equal P dot rotate body dot angle radians, and that's body dot bounds dot center. Okay, so we can now get to the Minkowski difference. Right then, so I think we're going to put these above. So now we can say auto MA equals get Minkowski difference A, B, D. Then we call this thing called a simplex add. Simplex add. Ah. So we're just adding the point into the simplex. Right. So I think to do this, we can just say bool add point. Const vec2 heat, and that's just if count is greater than array count points, count equals 0. So we'll just wrap it, and then we'll just say points count plus plus equals p, and then we'll add that into the source. So let's do simplex dot add point ma dot p, and then we do d times equals -1. So we flip d round. Add point must return a value. Doesn't actually need to. Well, we could return the index that it added to. All right, and then we do a bunch. So it's very similar to the cloth, where we only do 4 iterations of the cloth, but we do 30 iterations of this. All right, whatever. Oh man. Okay. So auto iter count is 30, while iter count minus minus is greater than 0. So we get the Minkowski difference again. And we add it. And then we dot it with the simplex get last, which I presume is the last simplex. Okay, so it's where count is. So it's return if count, return vec2, return point count -1, else don't know really. So what does that do if the count has not been set? It asserts it's been set. So this maybe needs to be standard optional. I want to avoid asserts and stuff because they just crash. Not looking for a crash right now. If it fails, I want it to say it's failed rather than crash. Okay, so that gets the last. So we had a point. And then we go auto dot equals simplex last value or dot d, and that returns the dot with this point we seem to be. So if the dot is less than or equal to 0, we do not intersect. Intersects equals false break, else if, and then we've got simplex contains origin, which is the, let me pass in the D. Simplex contains origin D, it intersects. Very good. So what does simplex contains origin look like? Well, that's a bit of a beast. Oh, interesting, we're updating D. Okay. So this is like that. Simplex remove 0, simplex remove 1, triple 2, we don't have triple 2. So what is triple 2? It's like triple product, triple to dot product cross product of a 2D in a 2D field or something. Okay, so we'll just put that here for now. C.A C.B. Okay, so that's 222. Simplex remove 0, simplex remove 1. Oh, we've put it in the wrong blooming file. Put it back in the old code. So simplex remove 0. Oh, it shifts the points down. Okay. So what have we got? Remove 0 and remove 1. Right then. So let's just do void remove 0, void remove 1, and that just is points 0 is points 1 and points 1 is points 2, and that is, and then we have to decrement the count. And then that is remove 1. I believe. So putting 2 into 1 and then decrementing the count. Alright. So this is simplex. This is remove 0. This is remove 1. Count is 3, we can do that. Else, we just do that. Alright. So this is not const. This changes simplex. So it's acperp.ao. Alright, so let's just put these into the implementation, into the source file, sorry. And that's it. There you go, that's GJK intersection. So let's test that. Let's just get rid of them. And then in game state, let's set the position of B0 to B0.bounds.xy equals canvas to get cursor position in world, right? There's a problem here. This is optional. So I'm just say dot value or vec2 -1 15. Let's see then. Let's see what that looks like. Alright, so we have our green square. Oh, look at that. Intersects. So that is a very, very convoluted way to intersect two rectangles, for sure. But it's the beginning step to rigid body physics. Right. So that's a good place to end the stream, I think. Step 1 done. Hopefully we'll have this done soon. I'm not until next week now though, so tune in next Monday at 9:30 AM GMT and we'll continue with this. I won't do any coding over the weekend. Alright then. See you later, guys.